Good morning, guys. Just trying to get everything set up. Running a little behind today. And we are switched over to the September contracts. Um, so these are my levels for the ES today, right here. And these came off Adam's numbers. Good morning, trader. Hopefully today's a little bit better than Friday. Friday was pretty rough. I feel like this week's going to be kind of tough too with the contract rollovers and also we got a holiday in the middle of the week this week. So Wednesday, the market's going to be pretty much a half day or closed on Wednesday. So not really sure what to expect this week. I'm thinking about just sticking with the eval today. Not really sure. I may start out with the eval. Let's just do that just to be on the safe side. Make sure I'm on the right account. All right. So I think starting out today, we're just going to start off with the eval. I'm not going to really trade our funded accounts until we kind of know what the market has to offer. And we are also switched over to the September contracts. So these are our levels for the ES today. Our first level is going to, our major support is going to be this 92, 94 area. I mean, I don't think we'll pull all the way back to the 57s, but hey, never know. The Bulls are still in control as long as we stay above this 57 on the ES. Let me put. I can't remember if I have pivots on this. No, I don't. Let me put pivots. So as we can see, this data high looks like maybe it got hit overnight. That's kind of what we were waiting on Friday, but I don't think it ever happened on Friday. No. So that was the move that we're looking for on Friday. I guess it never happened. I mean, it happened overnight, but never happened Friday. As you can see, we pushed that data high, then sold right back off. Let's see what happened overnight. I'm trying to see where we opened at yesterday. Looks like maybe we're trying to pull back to fill in that gap from Friday. So we close up around the 60s. And this 60 was also the London high from Friday morning. So let's see. All right. So I'm trying to see if there's like a sold gap. Yeah. So we filled in that. And this is the overnight lows, but I don't really consider that, guess that London lows since it happened before London opened at 2 o'clock my time. How are you doing today, trader? Are you having a do you have a good weekend? So we're gonna also try something a little bit different on our entries today. We're gonna try to enter on uh just like one or two micros and add to it after we make sure we are in the right direction. Same here. It's a quiet weekend. Yeah, I don't really know what to expect with this week. I feel like, with the volume still, there's probably still some people on the June contracts, and I want to say mostly people have switched over, but it always seems like that first week from the switched over can just be kind of slow sometimes. So it looks like we're kind of having a little bit of a push up before um, the opening. So we're just going to kind of throw a hindsight out there. Either we're going to push up and touch the VWAP and possibly sell back down to the overnight lows, or push down to the overnight lows and maybe bounce off of there. But it looks like we're just kind of getting a push instead. But I feel like we'd have to get through this area for us to continue higher. We also have quite a bit of gaps back up here above the VWAP there. And, those fair value gaps like to get filled in. Ooh. All right. Looks like we had a lot of support down at the 40s. No hurries this morning, guys. We got most of the day to look for that good move. So for the last couple of days, we've had it where the ES is going up and the NASDAQ's going down. It's man. This made the market kind of tough to trade last week whenever we had movement like this. That candle right there, that's I will run your account. You jump in for that breakout, and that freaking thing pulls back 20 ticks or 20 handles on you. Hmm. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of wait for us to get to the lows if that's where we're going. We only need about 20. Maybe we can look for something off of those 30 range here, or even out of this range here. Because we also got a pivot sitting at the 90s on the ES. So just be aware of that. You don't want to think you're getting a breakout in that thing. Just hit the brakes. Got to get through that 45. So we get through that 45, we should go to 35 fairly quick. Whew. Look at the fake out, man. Look at the ES pumping back up. Makes no sense. Oh, it's so trappy this morning. Oh my goodness. Wow. All right, let's see if we can finally get that 30 touch to move back up. Yep. All right, there's that 35. We'll see what this next candle has to offer here.
Order filled.
And this is just one micro, guys, so don't take this for a little grain of salt. We'll just make this a break-even trade already. Basically, what we're doing is we're entering with one micros, and we'd like to add to it. We just got to see if we can get a spot to add to it without taking a lot of risk. So this is just something I'm trying on an eval because we know this was the low, so that's why we jumped in. I see that the ES is pumping, so just got to see if the ES can hold up. If not, I mean, it could come back and break us even. Not a big deal. So we got this area here we need to push through. I mean, the ES is starting to look a little weak again, so it looks like we may end up pulling back. No, maybe. All right. Did not find an entry that I wanted to add on. It's just the fact that the ES was pulling back, so I didn't feel comfortable adding. But I feel like we got a decent entry off the bottom there. We just didn't find a place that I would felt comfortable adding. So I think now I'm just either wait for either us to push the VWAP, or we got a pivot down there we can push through. We got this level that's been kind of being touched a lot. Man, if we could pop this 98 on the ES, man, that's what I like to see. It just on up to the. Oh goodness. Brr. All right, so we're pushing back to the lows. Let's see if we kind of get a lower high here. That's kind of what we want to see if we want to move higher. Wow, this definitely has a Friday feel all over again, where we just kind of chopped in between this range here. I mean, that was kind of like 3 hours of chop Friday. I almost was about to pull the trigger twice on this area because it's holding up, but I just couldn't pull it in time. Oh man. Yeah, I'm ready for it. Give us a direction. That way we can maybe start looking for some entries. Uh, just starting out with one micro, I am going to take a little bit aggressive entries and then try to add to my position. So we're going to try to approach it a little different today. Instead of going in heavy and taking off, we're going to do kind of the opposite. So I like that we're pushing the VWAP on the ES. I'd like to see us just go on through the VWAP and go all the way up to our next level at the 506 or 5506. Man. All right, that was the VWAP bounce there off the ES. Look at that. It's pretty strong reaction. We're also in the 15-minute opening range play. If we get below the 15-minute range, is usually you would look for a short. I don't know if I will. Maybe we'll see what this next candle does. Hmm. It's like I kind of want to jump in this, but the ES just. What do we got? 1892 for that pivot down. So we're going to wait and see what happens. We're hitting a pivot on the ES and we're about to hit a pivot on the NASDAQ. So that 92 to 94 area is our major support for the ES. As you can see, I mean, you can see how many times we bounced off this 94 area this morning. Quite a bit. I think if 94 holds, we should the NASDAQ should push back down and touch this pivot. If 94 can hold on the ES here. I feel like we're just kind of losing our momentum. We're below. This is the area that we need to hold right here. This 30. Woo. If we go through that pivot, we should go. So we're just kind of waiting to see if we're going to break that pivot or not at the 90. For anybody that uses the pivots. So this area right here is what I'm waiting on.
Order filled.
See if we can take us another long up to the VWAP here. And we're just going to put it just right below where we found support at earlier. We just need a 94 to break through. If 94 doesn't break, it'll probably come back and get us. Kind of want to see what this next candle has to offer here. We're going to go to break even since we're already at 10. So right now we're just on a free trade. And we're looking to add to this if we can. If not, we'll just chop it up to a decent entry without taking any points. If we can push towards the VWAP and head back up to the 90s, then we may look into adding. Need 94 to hold. We'll get a little bit of profit, not much. It's probably going to come back and get us. Like I said, we're approaching our entries and adds on today. So what we're doing is we're adding in low risk, then looking for a good spot to add on. So what we're going to do now is just wait for us to push above the VWAP on the ES and NASDAQ. If we had probably our normal contract set up, we would at least have about $150 now because we've had at least 10 plus handles each move. That last entry we got in what? I think, let me look real quick. Might have got more, but like I said, I was looking to add. I was waiting for we to. So we entered that trade about the 40. It was almost a 20-point move if you were looking for those type moves where you just follow up to get your profit and get out. And see, we entered at the same spot. We're basically entered above this previous low. This was the low overnight. So we're entering about 5 points off that low. And so what I'm looking for here is I was hoping for us to push above the VWAP, but that's where we keep getting stuck at. And we may take another stab, but we need to get above the VWAP or either find support at the VWAP for us to push back down. The only thing that worries me about pushing up is that the fact that we already broke that 15-minute range. So if you were looking for a trade this morning and you like to take the 15-minute opening range, it looked like it paid 40 handles this morning. So what you would have done is put your entry there before it even got there. It would have automatically tagged you in, and you set your profit wherever you want to. And so it's not really an entry trade. It's pretty much you set your trade up and either you get a winner or you don't. So we've got definitely, I feel like 40 handles we can run if we can get above this VWAP here. Let's see. I want to say 70s actually are next. If you guys remember, that 70 range is where we kind of hit on Friday. That was the London highs from Friday. And this 90 range up here, this was from a data high. And we did break that overnight because I was kind of waiting on that Friday and it never happened. So look, we didn't hit that data high 4 times already, 5 times already this morning. So just a good possibility if we can continue pushing up that 90 could be in play. But if you are, if you do, or if you're someone who likes to enter off the VWAP, I would definitely make sure you either go to break even or take profit by that 70 to 75, because more likely we may get reaction there if we continue, if we do make it there. That's a small gap. That's nothing. Wouldn't even do. All right. Let's see what this next candle offers. What scares me is we're at the VWAP on the freaking ES. Because
order submitted. Order filled.
we're going to put it back at the VWAP and see if we can go. We may come back and hit us, just the fact that the ES just hit the VWAP. So let me just put it right below the VWAP actually. We're just on in 1 micro and we're looking to add is what we're doing. So if I see the ES pushing that VWAP, we may look at to re-enter. So we retested the VWAP. That's a good sign. Looks like it's going to come back and get us, guys. But we shouldn't lose much if it does. I mean, like I said, we're only in 1 micro and we're looking to add to our position. We'll add a little bit more. I like that we're finding support. Also, this is where we've hit a lot, you know, this morning.
Order
All right.
filled. Order submitted.
Wow, we just ran into a roadblock there. I thought we were about to break out. I said like ES went up 2-3 points over the VWAP, and it just lost all of our volume. 98, I'll go to break even. Or 68, I'm sorry, I'll go to break even if I can get to 68.
Order filled. Order filled.
I had to close that. For some reason, it says, I guess I must have hit it twice because it says I was in for 11 contracts. That kind of scared me. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what I did there. I don't know if I hit it twice. So nice little trade. If anybody was able to pop that off the VWAP, it never came back and got you red. If you got long right above this VWAP, put your stop loss right below it. That trade did not work out the way I wanted to work out. So what I wanted to have was a runner up to the 90. I was trying to get back up to the highs, but we're not going to re-enter because we're up $90. So we're just going to wait for our next entry. So this is where I would either go to break even or take profit at the top of that. That is our London highs from Friday. So you want to see another candle print here, or we're going to probably go straight to the highs to the 90s. This is where I thought we were going to the 90s. That's why before, I guess somehow I messed up. I don't know what I did. I was trying to make it where I sold 5 of my contracts off and have one runners along, but whenever it sold, it showed me with 11 contracts deep, so it scared me, so I closed the trade. Just because I think I'm Ripnick shy from all the issues that we've been having with Ripnick the last 2 weeks. But I would definitely have took some of my profit once we hit these London highs. Then maybe leave a 1 or 2 micro runner if you're trading micros. As right now, it looks like even if I did stay in a trade, I wouldn't have got that much because it would have already came back and stopped me out. So the VWAP bounce did offer about 20 points, or yeah, 20 points. A little over, actually about 25 points. 25 points off the VWAP if you took the VWAP trade today and put your stop loss up here where I kind of lined out before at this previous London high from Friday. So far, guys, we are 3 for 3 on our entries this morning. Trader G, did you take any of those trades this morning on the way back up? Yeah, remember, I guess I don't told you. I changed my entry strategy a little bit. It gives me a little bit more courage to enter where I need to enter. But even I'm only got $100, but still 3 for 3 for anybody that you know. Oh, okay. Yeah, Trader G. So I decided over the weekend to try to start doing my trade entries on a reverse. So you know how I would go in with 7, 8 micros, then just go down to 1 micro. So now I want to try to enter with 1 micro and add 5 or 6 micros to it. This way, if I do make a mistake and end in a bad spot, I don't have to sit, mess up my accounts by sitting through a lot of drawdown. I'm not saying I'll continue to do this, but I thought it would never hurt to give it a try. So what I'd like to see here, maybe get a little bit of a VWAP pullback, but also we're kind of at that 15-minute opening range. So I mean, I feel like 506 is definitely in range for the NAS. Got 506 sitting there, and we got those highs up at the 90s. So, woo! Look at that. It caught me off guard a little bit. Excuse me. So we're just being patient and waiting here. I mean, I like the fact that this area is holding. I mean, I still feel like we maybe push up to the 506s on the ES. And we may try to. I mean, the 1 hour candle looks kind of. Oh, that's the 15-minute candle. That's the 15. Oh, excuse me. All right. So the two things that I'm going to do here, either I want to wait for us to either get a VWAP pullback, bounce off the VWAP, find support on the NASDAQ and the ES, or maybe we push the highs and look for maybe we find the top up here somewhere. But we just kind of have to be patient and just wait. I feel like no matter what entry you jump in here, you're looking at maybe 15 to 20 points before you get reaction. You got 10 points between that and the VWAP, and you're also in the middle between this and the overnight highs. So, and what happens if you do try to take those and you enter too late, you know, unless you're scalping, it's easy for it to pull back on you real quick. We almost got back to the VWAP with this wick here. Oh, there we go. Look at her. We got both markets touching the VWAP almost simultaneously. Got the ES tapping it and the NQ. So let's see. Wow, look at that nice little VWAP bounce right off the 58. There's really no way of pushing a button and entering that fast enough. You pretty much almost have to have a sitting order down there when you get those type of VWAP bounces. If you're into that type of thing where you set your order and let it come through. Do I got the overnight highs or that just does data? Okay, I'm sorry. Overnight highs is up here at the 212s. This is just the data high from Friday, is what that is. So if we can push those London highs from overnight, I mean, shoot, try to get long up here maybe somewhere. Just kind of have to be patient and wait for our entry. I like it that we're finding support in this area. So Nice pullback. I wouldn't be a fan of the short unless the ES got below that VWAP too, because right now the VWAP blah 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 the ES is bouncing off of the VWAP. So hmm. Yeah, don't be just be careful if you're taking this entry. We did fill in this gap, little gap right here. All right, we're getting below. We do look for a short. We're going to make 35 hours stop loss. Mm. Uh, Shit went quick, didn't it? We got, whew. Golly, look at the trap on that crap, man. You're thinking, oh, we're going to get the breakout, and that shit just reverses on you so quick. So we're getting back above the VWAP once again on the ES. So I hate when I sit here and wait on an entry. You're like, oh, I think I'm gonna get in right here, but then the candle just shoots up 10, 20 points. It makes it hard to enter. All right.
Order filled. We're about to have a new candle here. Don't tell me it's gonna come back and hit our VWAP. Don't just in case. Let me give a little bit more room. I'll put it at the bottom of this candle. We're at the 2-minute candle, so we're willing to lose a little bit of money just to save our entry. So far, the VWAP is holding up. And this could just be another trap. It could have just moved up to get the shorts. I mean, it looks like a rangy day. If you look at it, I mean, it could almost feel like Friday where we just kind of traded in a range.
Order filled.
If this don't move up quick enough, we'll probably kill this trade because it's like we just lost all of our momentum up here at the top. God dang it. I don't like the fact that I want to hold, but golly, it's just not going, guys. It's just.
Target filled.
All right. Oh, good entry again. That had me a little nervous on the end for the ad. It seems like we were moving good. As soon as I added my extra contracts, we freaking hit the top. I was really hoping we would explode through this 75 at the top here. I thought maybe we hit it enough. We got enough consolidation and boom. So maybe this is the move that we get back up to the 90s here. Good deal, methodical man. I'm glad I could talk you into that loan, guy. I'm glad I could talk you into it. Hey, this is nice right here. We got above that 73. We need this area, the top of the 15-minute to hold. If so, we could finally go. Man. Target was 84. Yeah, mine was 73. Mine was right below that 15-minute opening range. I figured we would run into resistance there. All right, so I'll break down this last trade for you. So this was once again another VWAP trade. So the VWAP has been paying pretty good today so far. It's not like this 100% of the time, but some days the VWAP just paying and you never get in the red. So my I entered like 2 points above the VWAP here. Even though I entered on 1 micro, so what I did is I was waiting for the second candle to print or to start to see some green. And this is where we added 5 more micros to our order. And we just took our profit right below this area where we've been running into some support at. I thought it was going to reverse on me because it just started looking like it wanted to pull back. And it did pull back a little bit, but not enough to scare me out. Excuse me. Wow, look at that bounce off at the top of that 15-minute. Good morning, Kiamber. How have you been? Today's been a lot better than what Friday was. Friday, I just could not get it going. I blew up an eval Friday. I had a horrible day Friday. But today has been much better. I kind of not really changed my strategy. I lowered my risk down to try to get better entries, to take a little bit more risk on what I feel like is better entries, then add to my winners. So I think that's going to be kind of the goal moving forward, because today it seems like it's working out pretty good. This way I don't enter in heavy. Then, hey, it was a bad trade. I entered heavy. Then I ended up losing all my profit. This way I enter with one micro, let the micro to see what it's going to do. Then if it looks like it's going to continue higher, I'll add to my position. So look, we've bounced right back off the VWAP again. Not sure if it's going to hold, but we're bouncing off of it. So this right here was pretty much Friday's price action. I mean, look, we're in about a 50-point range. Not even 50 points, more like less than 40-point range this morning so far. So So I like the fact that we didn't have to pull back to make a previous low, because that's usually a good sign we may move higher. So, usually you would expect us to pull back, maybe to pull some more consolidation, but that was nice that the VWAP was holding up. So that's usually a good sign that we're probably going to be moving higher here. We definitely have a 12 to 15 up here in play. Man, I feel like we're moving up to the 06s. I almost want to take a stab long. If we can stay above this area, we can find support here. So, whew. Ooh, the VWAP is paying today, guys. I like the ES is looking a little strong. It looks like the ES wants to push.
So I'm waiting to see what the ES is going to do because right now it looks like the ES is kind of stuck here. I mean, it still looks like it wants to move higher, but it's just not a lot of volume to move it. And we may risk 10 or 20 bucks here to get an entry. Hmm. Man. As long as the VWAP is still good, your long should still be good. But as soon as we start pushing that VWAP, I'd start getting a little nervous. All right, once again, we did get the VWAP bounce there. So let's see. Let's see if the VWAP's going to hold up for us once again for like the 6th or 7th time. Man, guys, this definitely just feels like a Friday's replay. Uh, it was like, do we possibly take the VWAP bounce again? I think we've taken that thing like 3 times already. I don't know if I could take it for the 4th time. It'll probably fail if I took it there. So, oh goodness. How's everybody else? Everybody else having a fairly good morning? Everybody's uh,
taking maybe some decent entries or at least got a little bit of profit this morning. The only thing I hate about this, even though we are breaking the VWAP, I hate the fact that the ES is above the VWAP. So I try not to take trades when they're both like, you know, a little bit opposite. I like them both to kind of be in the same direction here. And so, like, let's just say if the ES pulls down, hits the VWAP, it'll probably be another move just like this one where we stay inside that range. I don't know why that's on there. How do you get this off? There we go. Man, I almost want to jump in this thing again, guys.
Order filled.
We may come back and get us. We're just going to put it right below the VWAP. We're just in one micro. See if we can get another long here. No guarantees here, guys. This crap is choppy. Be careful if you're trading this. This stuff is definitely after your accounts. All right, we're going to go to break even. So this is a free trade. That thing didn't even stop us out. Come on. You see that? I guess it didn't register in time. I don't even know what that was. That should have stopped us out. I just don't want to get stopped. Man, we just lost all of our momentum again up at the top. So I'm not going to add this close to the top. I'm going to make sure we get above this before we start adding. I like to see if we can go all the way up here. This is where I want to go, the 610 or 2010. So let's see. Let's see what this next candle has to offer. We're going to take a little profit, not much, just a little, just to keep us in the trade and see what happens. We just cannot get through this 75 at the moment. We're just going to, not really sure what I feel like doing here. I like that we're moving up here. I may look for, maybe we add into it once we get above 90. We'll see what happens. We got to get through this 506. We get through that 506. I may consider adding. We'll see what happens.
Order filled.
I didn't realize I was already up my 5 ticks. So, damn it.
Target
All right.
filled.
Nice. All right. Nice. Another trade off the VWAP again. The VWAP is paying, guys. The VWAP is paying today. Woo. Even though doing my trades like this, I do have to work the trades a lot more, but it makes me feel more comfortable being in the trade. I'm not going to lie. I was really looking for a stronger push. That's what kind of made me get out of this trade. I'm not saying we won't continue to push that highs, but see how we hit that 95 and we just lost all of our momentum. So that's what I thought I'd just try to take my 5 handles and just get out. So it looks like we jumped in at about the 63. So that was almost a 30-point move so that wasn't too bad. So what I've been noticing, watching some of my entries, I'm more nervous to jump in whenever I am deep in contracts. So if I'm sitting on 7 contracts, 8 contracts, I get nervous to jump in. But it's a lot easier to jump into a trade with 1 micro and just add to it. So far we've had pretty good luck with that today. I hope it continues. Not a bad day. We made $200 just trading anywhere between 1 to 5 micros for $200 today. Trader G, you still sitting on the sideline? I just did not have the patience to hold that for any more deeper trade today. I want to say we have a pivot sitting up here at the 23s. So this is a possible stop up here. This is the overnight highs up here at the 12s. Oh my goodness. Whew. Definitely left a lot on the table there, but the fact that we've been consolidating in that area this morning, it was really hard to hold that for higher. Oh. I guess we're gonna wait and see if we get a nice little pullback. Nice. Where was your entry at, trader? '60s. Nice. You didn't let the VWAP go past you that time, did you? Nice, nice. I mean, dude, the VWAP has been paying all morning. You picked the right one though. I picked the previous three, and I didn't get that many points. But man, this one right here, it paid freaking 60 points almost, or 50 points. Dun dun dun. Yeah, I really wasn't into a short unless we could get below that 35 or 30 area convincingly. I don't know if this pullback right here is going to maybe pull back to our like 15-minute opening gap. I didn't know if that's something, because sometimes we do get that. Maybe look for a new long here off of the 15-minute. I mean, this is the highs up here from overnight. So, I mean, shoot. I mean, if you think this is the top, I mean, to me, I would like to see the ES, if we're going to look for a short, get below the 6 again and maybe back below the 90 here. But I'm not going to really look for any type of short until I know. I'm just going to continue looking for longs. I feel like we're going to be in a until otherwise. It sounds like a methodical man. Are you talking to your person in third person? I guess I've never noticed. I like the aggressive methodical man. Aggressive methodical man would have took this. So we're just kind of being patient to wait, see what's going to happen at these highs here. I mean, we're at all-time highs, guys. So I kind of like to see us get a push to the 23 here. Then this is a pivot sitting up here at this 2023. If I had to look for something, I like to see us push above this pivot at the 23s, pull back, you know, test a little bit of support, then maybe draw you a trend line for long. Yep, we're just going to take longs until they're not paying anymore. Might have to go get some numbers. I don't think I planned above 55.17 this morning. Guys, 17. All right, so if you guys are listening to Methodical Man, we waiting for the 12 to print. That's a breakout area. We're just going to pray it's not one of those moves where you try to find an entry and it just skyrockets it, and it doesn't give you no opportunity to enter unless you're just trading breakouts where you just jump in randomly. Man. It's tempting to buy the dip again. I mean, it's pretty much we got this upward trend, pull back higher. Let's see if we get a pullback, move higher. I may try to find another entry up here just on 1 micro. I like that the strong support's holding up at the 12. That's a major resistance for Adams numbers today. All right, I'll bring back over the ES. So so we're looking for this 12 to hold on the ES over here. Patience, patience, my God, patience. I mean, I like the fact that we're holding up. We're having a hard time moving down. Just kind of waiting to see what this candle is going to do. If we're going to print higher on this candle here. If this area right here holds up, that's where we need to hold, right here at the 10s.
Order filled.
We're only going to be risking 6 handles. So what's that? 2 times 6, $12. So we're not risking a lot to get it. Try to get as far as that pullback we can get, because I know we're going to probably run into some resistance up here at this pivot. We'll just have to see what happens. And we still could feel back farther. The only reason why maybe jumping here, I saw that our previous leg down kind of held, and that's this area here. So if we lose this trade, we're probably only going to be out less than $20, $15. I'm not sure the amount. We're in it for $4, $7, $14. So if this trade fails, we'll try to look and see if we can get us. Okay, so we lost $15 on that trade to try to get a good entry. We're still going to try to get another long. We're just, because the long as the 12 holds up, we're still bullish. Looks like we might have been possibly a 1 candle early. Do we try it again? We're still be about the same stop loss. Just kind of waiting to see what happens. Any trades this high up is going to be risky because we're at all-time highs. So there's really nothing to go off on the side of us. Okay. So we got about less than a minute and a half for the London close. So usually we do get reaction at 10:30 or 11:30. So just be aware that if you are in a trade. Excuse me, guys. Like I said, long as that 55.12 stays, we stay above it, I'm going to continue looking for longs. Is Nutty long too? The only thing that sucks is you don't know how long we're going to be consolidating. So it's kind of like it's so easy to buy early or sell early. It's just if you do, you just need to minimize your, this is kind of where you want to bring into your risk management, whatever risk management style you use. So if this was old me, like let's say I took this is what happened to me last week if I had taken this trade. So we lost about 8 handles on this trade, not quite 8, about 6. And usually I would have been in for 7 micros. And so we would have took a loss on that. So now that we're in on 1 micros and adding to it as we move up, it definitely helps. But the only way for me to really know if it's going to continue doing good for me, I got to just continue to do it. But just be careful and don't get in trouble for that DCA. So the deal is you cannot keep adding if you're in a losing. So like let's just say I was in a losing trade here and I just kept adding to bring up my average. That would be considered the DCA. Hmm. I like that we're making higher highs, so that's good. So this way, if we do enter, we'll just put our stop loss at the previous candle. But see, ooh. Also, what makes this trade high risk is that we're pushing into a pivot at the 23. So even if you enter down here, you're probably only going to have about 10 handles before you start running into resistance. All right, 17 could Good afternoon, Baldwin. Hmm. Just want to make sure that 512, if we're going to lose that 512, because that's the line in the sand at that 512.
Order filled.
We'll see how big of a deep of a pullback we can get. We're not going to risk much just because we have been moving up all day. And we still could regain that. Actually, I'm just going to put it at this area here since that's where we've been bouncing. So we're doing the 2-minute off of the 2-minute candles. Let's see here. That would be the area for the ES if we're going to continue, or this could be our pullback for the ES for us to rip higher. This area here. And mine is also the 2-minute candle. So as you can see, my 2 losing trades only equaled to $26 in losses. So maybe we can just wait and see if this area is going to hold up. How are you doing today, Baldwin? So, guys, if you're just joining us, I've been entering these trades just on one micro. And once I get into a winning, start moving higher or lower, whatever position I'm in, I will add to it. So, what we're trying to do is eliminate our risk when entering trades. Because, everybody here is entered in trades in high contracts and you lose a crap load of money on bad trades. So, look, for 2 trades, I've lost $26. Okay. Hmm. So for the ES to move higher, we have to be above that 55.12. Mm. Hopefully, we don't have to sit through an hour or two of consolidation again. All right, getting a new candle print. We got to get through that 12.
Order filled.
I'll take another stab at it again, see what happens. We'll just risk what? We'll just put it at the bottom of this candle. We'll risk $20 again or $14 again. See if we can get. So what I did is I bought above this 12 support. If we cannot continue higher off this 12, we're going to probably pull back. So this is just based off Adams numbers. It's probably no entry as far as if you're taking entries. So let's see what happens when this next candle prints. So this is where we need that 12 to hold up for us to continue higher. If we lose the 12, more than likely we're going to sell back down again. So unless this comes back and stops us out in the next 30 seconds, our stop loss will move up to the 10s. So what we're doing is we're following the 2-minute candle up. All right. Well, so as you know, anytime entering this high up on the market's always risky because we're at all-time highs. So we're just going to go to break even. And this could still come back and break us even, break even. We're up at the 23s. I mean, if you're scalping and you want to take points, that's, totally over how you're trading. So I'll take a lose. I just don't want it to come back and stop us out. Let's see if we can hold the bottom of this candle. Mm. Looks like we're pushing back down again off of those 12s. All right. So I mean, we could have took profit with that, but we were up almost 10 handles. But I was really looking for more. I was hoping that the ES would finally start pushing. So we're not going to try that again. We've already tried this move probably 3 times already. Usually 2 or 3 times is probably my max that I'll try trade. I was really hoping that this would have been a breakout, which I'm probably, my luck, I'm going to miss the breakout. That's the way it goes. But we're not going to enter to try that again. Boy, look at her go. All I can do is sit here and watch, guys. We got to get above that 23. We get above that 23, I think it'll go fairly quick. That's just a pivot sitting up here at the 23. So we were 4 for 4 this morning on our other account. We were up $200 on our other account. Then we just switched over to this one, and so we're down $28, which all it would take one trade to get us back, back in the green. So most of my entries this morning, it came off the VWAP. How's everyone's trading going today? Is everybody green today? Not really sure it'd be a good short entry. We do have this gap here on the 2-minute that's been holding up. So if you're taking these inversion trades, you could take this short here. You just need to take some of your profit before we hit that 95 because that's our first internal swing. Let's see what this candle brings. We may try it out just 1 micro just to get an entry. I just want to make sure I see red first. I usually like to see red before we jump in. Nope. No red, guys. No red at all. Oh. I guess Aquaman's taking that trade. I never did see any red. So what I like to see when I take these, I like to see the candle print below it, and I like to see us start pushing below this previous red candle, and that did not happen. So as long as this candle can pull back and close inside this gap, it's still a valid trade. All right, pull back into the gap. So we're just waiting to see if we're going to get a push back down or not. This technically is still a valid trade if you are in this trade. Oh, excuse me. We took 2 little losers for $20-something loss earlier. Like remember, like I said, we're entering on the 1 micro, and I think we did get up on some of those, but it came back to stop us out. We were up, I think, 10 to 15 handles on 1 trade, and it came back to break even. I was trying to find my next entry, and it never happened. Yeah, it's been hard for me to jump back into these longs because I done tried it, like I said, 3 times already. Woo. Oh, man. So we're finally getting above that pivot. Man, so far the ES and the NAS has been in. This is the range that we're trading in at the moment. We want to see the 12 hold up once again. It's like you just want to keep taking this crap over and over till you finally get that breakout. It's tough. It's like the 17 is calling the ES's name up here. Uh, the volume just keeps drying up as close as we get to that pivot here. Oh my goodness. Is anybody still holding any longs from earlier this morning? Maybe during the lunchtime hour, sometimes we get like a 50% pullback from the move that we made this morning. Nautical man is long over there. I've been looking for longs for the last couple tries. I would really like for us to get above this pivot. I mean, the ES is finally moving up slowly. Man. So maybe this is where we'll get our lower high. Then, usually most of the time that's usually a good sign we may move higher. We've consolidated, we push down, then this can't push down any farther. Then good morning if you're just joining us. So we're just looking for a next entry here. Just being patient. We're at all-time highs, so this is a difficult spot to join. We don't really have any levels to kind of go back to our left to look at. All right. Is this finally the breakout we've been looking for? The ES is starting to look a little strong. So if you're just joining us, if we enter the trade, we're entering it on 1 micro. So there will not be a lot of risk on my end if we join. And we're going to be looking to add to it once we get to a spot that looks like we're going to continue to break out. I like the fact that we could not pull it back to the bottom of this range. And we also have a pivot sitting up at the 23.2, so you have to be aware of that. We're going to more likely get reaction up here at the 23.
Order filled.
So looks like we'll be risking $20 or so. So this is a high risk trade, guys. We're up by the pivot. We're all time highs. We could easily reverse fairly quick on this trade. All right, so we're about to get another printed candle. Got a couple points to work with on the oh, dang it. Oh, let's see. All right, we're about to get a new candle. So right now we're only in it for one micro, but 3 handles. Mm. All right. All right. We finally at break even here. Good morning, crypto.
Order filled.
Oh, you see that crap? It, oh, that did me so dirty. It touched my damn order. Come on now. Don't be that dirty to me today. I feel robbed. You see that? Look. Oh, that I feel like I got ripped off on that trade there. Technically, we should have our stop loss move there, but God. All right, maybe this will finally give us our damn son of a B.
Target.
All right, there it goes. So we did finally get all of our profit. We finally got our losses back, so we are up $15 now. So just be careful of a pullback here because we are approaching the pivot on the ES. This is kind of where I was looking to kind of get an idea of how we're going to go over here, but here I have no idea. But here, more than likely, we're going to get a bounce off of the 17 on the ES. To me, it was hard to enter this because this was the 4th time I've entered this long here. It's way over trading. I'm only doing it because I'm using one micro to get my entries, and we're not risking a lot to get in the trade. We're just trying to make money once we're in the trade. So we only made we were down 28, so maybe $50, $60 off of that trade. Wish we could have made more, but we're so high up. I just try to take my profit quick. In total, it was about almost a 15-point move. All right, so we'll lower Yeah, I always trade pivots. I've been trading those for a good while. I'm trading the pivots, inversion trades, and Adam Manzini's numbers. So pre-market, I'll put all Adam's numbers on here, and we'll trade Adam's numbers. So he called out this 12 as the breakout session. So what happened is, look how many times it took us to get through that 12. And so this is what I was entering my trades on earlier. I took small losses, which is fine. Then I think I took a break even. Then we were able to actually finally get a little bit out of it. I mean, if you have the guts to go heavy contracts and, hit that entry just right, you can get a lot of points, but was not the case for me this morning. Definitely looking a little roundy up here off of that 517 pivot there. Are you trading pivots also, crypto? So I guess I'm doing something similar to not really the actual dollar cost averaging where you jump in when you're losing. So what I'm doing is I'm entering trades on one micro. And once I've, seen that we're going in the right direction, I'll add like 5 or 6 micros to it. This way, if I do guess wrong on that first trade, we might be out $15, $20, and that was the case from earlier. We definitely had some better setups this morning. Our early morning trades, which, it's always most of the time the easiest between that 9 and 11 o'clock hour. I was 4 for 4 on my other account. We made 200 on it. And then I switched over to an Apex funded account, and this is what we're trading now. So we were trying to find maybe a couple good trades on the Apex funded here. This thing wants to go. I've been waiting on this thing to go all morning, and it finally wants to go. Good luck to anybody who had entered that back in this area back here where we entered. I have no idea how high this thing could go. I need to go back and look at the newsletter and see what our next set of numbers up, because I don't know if there's anything to the left of us. Nope. Wow. Nice trade if anybody's in this long. Hope you're able to follow it up, at least get a little bit out of it. I feel jealous because I've been trying to get this trade all morning long. Not this, well, I've been trying to get this long with this account this morning. The previous trades, we did get our longs, which was up to the 210s. It was the area that we had marked out previously this morning from a previous high. We had that marked out. And also this was a data high here. And this level right here was the Friday London highs. And we pretty much bounced off all those areas as we moved up throughout the day this morning. Man. 30, well, shoot, we done blew through Let's see, where are we at on the ES? Let's see. All right, 24 to 34 is going to be our major resistance. So we'll mark those out real quick. All right, I'll check it out in a minute. So 24 is our next resistance, and the next one up, what do you say, 34? 34, all right. And we do have a pivot also sitting up at the 35, so I mean, it makes sense. We also have a pivot at the 91s. You got 20 points off that? Nice, crypto. Nice. No entry for me. I just feel like we're so high up now that it's really hard to see myself jumping back in it. But we will be gladly to sit here and watch with you guys. There's the 24. Dang. We want to jump back in on one micro and see if we can take it to the 90s. It's so tempting, guys. Not going to lie. It's tempting. We just broke that other support at the 24. Put our stop loss right there. Risk 20 bucks. Back to break even. What do you think? What do y'all think? Should we? The FOMO is kicking in. But I think I'd rather wait to make sure that we don't fill in this gap. This could be a good pullback area here if we do continue higher. So this is a good pullback area. If we do pull back, this will fill in that 2-minute fair value gap there. Man. Why do you think they blocked her entry? That's weird. What does SD stand for? I'm pretty sure as soon as you say what it is, I'll know, but I just can't think of what it is at the second. I feel sad that we didn't get to stay in this trade. I chickened out. Being so at the top, I got nervous, and so we're just trying to get 5 handles out of it. This candle right here is the candle that scared me. we will. We can just Google. We Google it. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Tom, you still watching, or did you grab some more of that long on the way up? So if you're just joining us, we've been trading on two different accounts. We started out this morning trading on our eval because we really wasn't sure what the market was going to offer because we have contract rollover today. If you know, I'm pretty sure mostly everybody's rolled over to June contracts or September contracts, and wasn't sure if it was just going to be a consolidation day because we do have a holiday in the middle of the week this week. So Wednesday, the market, I think the market's closed, but I think, you know, future contracts is still open until noon that day. Just be careful if you are trying to buy at the highs because right now we're sitting at a pivot at the 91s and we're also a pivot at the 34s, 35s. If I was going to look for long, I'd like to see us pull back maybe into this 2 minute fair value gap. Let me see if I can find a single because we do have a small one right there. So they may be a better one on the 3 minute here. So not the 3 minute has multiple in it too. Most of our pullbacks have just been 50% this morning. Crypto. This is if this is the high of the candle. So our 50% would put us back into this fair value gap, 50 to 60%. Crypto, did you get any more of your, did you get all your payouts approved? And are you still up like pretty big in a couple of your accounts? I remember the last time talking to you, you said you were up pretty big in either your Bulinox or Apex account. Oh no, you're fine. I was just asking about your previous payouts. Like, did you get finally get all of your stuff approved? So, like I said, guys, this may be a good spot for you maybe to take some of your profit. I'm not saying maybe sell all of your stuff off, but at least take some profits. Oh, okay. Hmm. What kind of a indicator is that? Just a Fibonacci you pulled, or is that like an indicator on your chart, crypto? Where it shows like that 1% and 2% pullback areas. Uh, oh, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. It is okay. You just have it set up in those percentages. So what do y'all think? Do we try to find the high here? I mean, looks like we're consolidating. Hmm. Huh. Yeah, I don't guess I've ever seen that before. Like, that type of setup. Hmm. All right, guys, did we finally find the top? We've been looking for the top all day. Are we due for that big 50% pullback going in to finish out the lunch hour to set up for this evening? I like the fact that our pivot's holding up. Just going to be wait and see what happens. No. No. So what we're doing here is just going to sit here and be patient, watch price action. It's really hard to go find, to look for any longs here. Just the fact of how high we are up. If you're in a long, you should have been in a long probably way back here once we broke this previous pivot at the 23s. It did offer a little bit of entry if you did the 2 candle pullback. And that's been kind of the trend of the day. I don't know. Not sure if Little Nas streamed today. Yeah, I know you're feeling. I've been in those where I sit around and wait on, it's going up. You sit there and you wait for your entry, then it just goes without you because it moves up so fast. Those are the worst. Then you try to jump in, and before you know it, it'll pull back on you. Then it's you get screwed just because you're just trying to chase. That's the kind of luck I usually have sometimes. So we are pushing that 91 pivot. But as you can see, it's so hard to enter long, you know. So our next level for support is going to be this 34. And I guess we'll have to go over here and look at what do you call it? Adam's numbers again to get our next set of numbers above the 35s. Man, it's like, how much farther can we go up? It also looks like Apex is having some delays today as far as their counts getting updated too. Damn. Do we just get long and try to take it to the 50s, trader? I mean, it's like just jump into it, just can't go nowhere, no more. Holy crap. If we can pull back and touch this pivot, I may consider it. Just jump in when micro. Just get on, Husk. I mean, it's so hard to jump in because I have no idea where it could go. Just the fact that there's nothing to the left of us. It's just how high can it go? Nah, we're trading on our funded account right now. Our last quite a few trades have all been on this funded account, but we haven't been risking a lot. That's the reason why I'm doing it. This is that 250K that we're up $1,000 on. So yeah, I think what it is, I was just because of how much it chopped around in this area. My first entry actually it was my fourth entry before we were able to get that long, and it was back around the 20s, and we're already up 100 points, and I was only able to get about 15 points out of it because I closed the trade. I got nervous. The paper hands came out. It was from that last Friday. Last Friday was where I blew up one of my accounts, so it made it. I'm still feeling last Friday. Angel, are you in this trade? Are you looking for a sell-off? I want that evening 100-point sell off. That's what I like to have this evening. You're on. I'm gonna try to find a spot to get on. Let me see what kind of pullback we can get, and I like to see us maybe move through this pivot area. If we can get through 34, is pushing. You blew account too. Was that Friday you're talking about crypto? Wow, nice. It was it was a methodical man's fault. He sent you one here. Oh goodness. Yeah, it was definitely a little much Friday. I could not keep up with the chat. It was overwhelming. It was making definitely hard to focus. It was it was both, one of each, because I've been copy trading. Yeah, I've been copy trading one account and one account. I had to trade my one account aggressively because it was on a monthly. Then my other three PA accounts, they're on lifetime. The PA account that we're trading now is the 250K. We're at 960 on it. Yeah, see, that's why we also changed the way we're doing our entries today so that I don't have to stress taking huge losses on my entries. So we just been entering on with one micro, then add once we get moving in the right direction, I add to my winner. That way I kind of stay away from that dollar cost averaging crap. Yeah, that's what I did all this morning. We made $200 on our eval this morning, but we've only been able to get one trade so far. This one. So, for instance, I entered here around above this level here. I don't know what's that, like around 15 probably. Then once we got above this pivot, I added again. I kind of got nervous because I felt like we started losing momentum right here. And so I thought we were about to pull back. So I got out of the trade. And as soon as we did, that damn thing went straight up 100 points, man. So we definitely missed out on a huge win this morning, unfortunately. I know, and that would have been on my PA account too, on my 250K PA. Man, we're going to continue higher. I kind of wonder if this is our nice little pullback or another entry long. So let's see. Trying to see where my stop loss would be. So it looks like we would probably just risk about, it'd be less than $20 if we jumped in because we would use this 2-minute candle as our stop loss. Nope, that would have been a fail. Looks like we need the it's only considered when you dollar cost averaging when you're buying in when you're losing, right? Okay. Yeah, so I haven't done any of that. I've never added nothing to my losers. I only add to winners. I like that we kind of bounced off this pivot. So let's see. Man, I almost wish I had was able to pull the trigger fast enough on this pivot bounce. Our next level up on the ES after this 34 is going to be the 50. One time per trade. Kind of wait to see what this candle has to offer. I'm looking for the shortest stop loss possible. I'm not sure if Methodical Man did on a PA. I don't recall. He may have. I don't recall. It's hard to keep up with all his accounts, man. He's got so many freaking accounts between the, his funded and evals. Okay. Oh, you guys are talking about the dollar cost averaging thing. It says no, enter that long trade. I know it's so tempting just to jump in and just see if we can continue higher. We're just kind of sitting at this pivot point on the ES. So be nice to see us if we can get through this 34, 36 area. So if you're able to buy the dip, this was the dip here, even though it's in hot in sight, but it's been definitely one of those days where you just buy the pullback. You can do the Patrick trend line, draw you a trend line, and as soon as it breaks the trend line. Unfortunately, right here, it would have made it tough for me to join because of the pivot there. Which trade is that? Are you talking about the trade I took earlier this morning down here? This one? Yeah, my paper hands came out in this one. Yeah, I saw Methodical Man over there calling it. What the crap? Yeah, I usually only go till probably 2 o'clock Eastern time myself. Most days, that's what I usually go to. Angel, where do you think we should start looking for a 100 point sell off? That's what I want today. Want that $100 or 100 point sell off. Yeah, much better today. We changed up a little bit from what we did from Friday. You're short. Let's see here. This is the account that we traded earlier. Crypto, this is kind of what I was talking about this morning, where we were just looking for 5 points on our second entry. So we entered here, we added here, sold here. Then this one, I guess, made me a little nervous. I think that's where or is that from? Oh, well, I guess it puts Apex trades on there too. I didn't know that. Then here we weren't able to add. I want to say here we weren't able to add. I think there was only 2 of them that were able to add from this morning. And this is on Bulinox here. Yeah, American Solar is so hard to get long since we've been just moving up all day. But I mean, we know there's a pullback coming. But we do have a pivot at the 35 and a support level at the 34. So I know I'm kind of looking for that big short myself. I wouldn't mind finding that entry. Maybe if we can break this area here for this 30 area, because that seems what to be holding at the moment. And this is the top of this consolidation box that we had earlier. Okay. That wouldn't be too bad. We just got to get through the 30s. I think we can make it. That'll be about the bot. Well, wait a minute. Okay, I see where you're going. Well, 24 is going to be our next level down on the ES. So you may run into a little resistance at the 24 if we do start selling back down. Five-minute 20 EMA. All right. All right, that sounds good, crypto. Yeah, I don't even think I've ever heard of the S&D thing. I mean, I've heard similar as far as Fibonacci goes, but not that type of. If I look for entry, I'm going to wait for us to get below the pivot here. I like to see us below this 91. It's so hard to look for shorts, man, when we've been just grinding higher and higher all day. Well, since what? 10, basically since 9 o'clock this morning, or 10 o'clock this morning. Yeah, the 2930s, man, it's been a straight wall for the ES here. So our next major support level is going to be this 34 on the ES. So if you are looking for a long, we have to get above the 34 and 35. We got a pivot sitting at the 35. Then our next level of support is going to be all the way up at the 50s. So it should be a nice little run if we can continue. Excuse me. American Solar, where did you enter your short at? Let's see. Did you say where you entered your short? Oh. Wow. Wow, we just broke through that pivot. Holy goodness. Let's see a printed candle right here. See what this printed candle has to offer. I almost want to risk about 20 bucks here to see how high we can go. Goodness. Son of a bee.
Order filled.
So we're just on micros. So not a lot of risk here. I mean, I don't think we could go that high, but who knows? So our next level is not all the way up at this 250s. 42 is our next resistance. Okay. We got about 5 points to work with, so we're about to get a new candle. So we'll kind of see what happens on this next candle, if we're going to get a pullback or we'll continue higher. Oh, my phone. Found a little bit of resistance there at the 38s.
Order filled. Target filled.
All right. We're able to take a little bit out of that. Well, do you have me you had 160 for your stop loss? I mean, for your sell crypto? So are we going to have some resistance here at the 42s? This is Adam's next levels. Okay. Just you got for 20 points. Nice. Yeah, as soon as I saw us started pushing this pivot over here on the ES, you know, we were pushing strong. Then our next level was 42. So, you know, we had at least 5-6 handles of running before we run into some resistance. And if we can make it through the 42s, our next level up is going to be the 50. Trader, I'm glad you said something about that 42 resistance because I didn't have that marked. I thought we had clear sellings all the way up to the 50s. So that did push us over $1,000 on our 250K. So not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, I did not have them marked up this high. I did, no, you know, I knew we were probably maybe move up, but I had no idea we're going to be moving this high today. So what'd you say? 50 is our next level? Oh, I did not know that. Huh. That's the first I've ever heard his indicators are marked on levels on there. I mean, I guess. Okay. I guess I'll have to start looking at that and just might be a lot easier than reading through his letter. Yeah, I will. Thank you, Crypto. I've used TradingView, but I don't know. I've never really had much luck as far as using indicators, so I don't even use indicators. I just they got to the point where they, you know, wasn't really ever worth me paying for since I'm not going to trade on TradingView. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. I'm using the newsletter for the levels on my, screen too. Sorry about that. I was looking up something real quick. Uh, So you're using a paid version of TradingView to get those levels? Because when I typed in his name, it gives you that option, but you have to pay for the TradingView levels. Hello, how are you doing today? Thank you, sir, for stopping by. So is your name Jackson? Jackson? Or Jason? Okay, same as Jackson. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was saying it right. Some of these names can be kind of difficult to say sometimes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't know how it worked that way with his newsletter. Well, hopefully this turned in definitely a pretty easy trading day for most people. I mean, we've been pretty much just going straight up for the last 2 hours. I'm saddened that I didn't start out with my funded account. I almost did this morning. Then I decided just to trade eval. Yeah, that's where I get it from his Discord. And a lot of times, most of his good levels he does put on Twitter. I just don't repeat what his plan is since, I don't think I ever really follow his plan as far as, his buy zones, which I probably should try sometime. We're using the Eldorado camera and a Shure microphone. I want to say when I started out, when I started out trading, we were using a razor. I don't know if I can see that or not. I was using this razor when I first started. I did that for about a month. Then we upgraded to the Eldorado. It's been much better than this razor has been. Then also the same with the microphone. I think when I started out, I was using one of the common brands you can just go to Best Buy and get. I can't remember the name of it. It's they're like the one that has like blue on it, I think, on the side. Yeti. Is it called Yeti? No. I don't know. It has blue on it. That's all I can remember. Then we also, with the microphone, we use I don't know, a small little amplifier that you just buy separately off Amazon. Wow, there goes the 42. Holy goodness. Ooh, talking about the FOMO right here. Holy goodness, it's so hard not to jump in, but that's too late. Yeah, I had to upgrade most of my stuff because I started out streaming as cheap as I could just to make sure that's something I wanted to do, you know. But once I started doing it, I'm like, okay, I don't mind doing it. It's hard to start. Even now, every now and then, I'll find myself being a little quiet. It's hard to continue to talk to the screen. That was probably the hardest part. Just sitting here talking because you feel like you're just talking to yourself. Then we just got the computer we got. It was kind of like a on sale computer from Best Buy, I think for like $1,500, and it's worked great for streaming purposes and trading. I mean, it does good to run all of my charts, and plus I have fast internet. That helps out a lot too. I just know whenever I was using the cheaper computer, I would have just nonstop issues, either with the camera, with the mic, and I still have sometimes issues, but nowhere not like I did, before. Had a lot of issues. So we did find support at that 42, and 50 is going to be our next level. I feel like all I can do at this point is just watch. Yeah, but besides the little what I've used, I don't really have a lot of experience with a lot of the other cameras. The only reason why I have this microphone and camera is because it's pretty much the same thing that Methodical Man uses. And so I would watch his stream every day. I'm like, hey man, what did you use to what did you buy? And so that's how I ended up with the Shure microphone and the Elder Grotto camera. Then for your amp, if you're getting the Shure mic, you just, basically just whatever how much you want to spend on one. I want to say I think it was around $500, 400 something dollars for all three. That was for the camera, microphone, and uh, amplifier. So we're gonna continue streaming until 2 o'clock today. So we're just gonna kind of just watch price action for the next 20 minutes and just read chat. I feel like I'm pushing my luck if I take any more trades. So we'll finish the day about $300 total between both accounts. So 75 for this eval or funded, and 200 on the other eval. Just remember, guys, we do have a short week. The market is closed on Wednesday for Juneteenth. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Juneteenth Day. I think it's mostly just the federal people who get that day off. I don't think, I don't know if I'm not sure if a lot of jobs give you that day off or not. I don't know if you can hear the baby in the background. Me and my wife are babysitting this week. All my kids are of age. That means they're all over 18. It's kind of scary when you're up this high. So you mean there's a big sell-off coming by the end of this week or next week. Uh, I was looking for my filters, but couldn't find them. Oh well. We will worry about it later. Let me see if I can hear that real quick. Maybe. All right, guys, we're approaching that 50. If we get above this 50 again, we'll have to, maybe we'll ask Trader what that next level up. Starting out this morning, I thought we were going to have a Friday repeat where we just pretty much consolidated all morning. No, I guess I don't really hear any background noise. Pretty much after we've moved up all day like this, it's really hard to short. Especially since you can't really look to the left and saying, hey, this was a previous high from blah, blah, blah this time. So You went short again, American? You go both ways for a good time. Oh goodness. I'm not even sure it would be a good entry, even if I was looking for a short. It's just the fact that we've been pushing up all day, so it'd be like tough to get short. But I guess if you do, it's probably going to be a big short because it'll probably at least pull. I would think we would pull back to this level here at the 50s if I had to pick an area for a pullback. Maybe if we broke this 50 here, maybe, you know, I guess would maybe feel comfortable for a short. Yeah, I still was having kind of flashbacks from Friday after having a hard time Friday. But I feel like I fixed that today by just changing the way I'm entering trades. Yeah, that's the way it usually goes. You spend all day trying to get that long, and you're like, screw it, I'm not going to try it this time, and then it goes long. Trust me, that didn't happen to me this morning. I tried twice to go long because I knew we were going to break out, but, and that was actually back down here. It was actually back down here, right here. It took me 3 times to get into that trade for us to go long. And when I finally did, the paper hands came out of me where I just could not hold the trade. So my original entry from this last move was down in the teens, and I couldn't hold. Just because I was gun shy from the way it was doing all morning, where it was just consolidation. And it being at all-time highs. So it was hard because I couldn't look to the left and say, okay, this is our next high level up. We're probably going here. I couldn't do that. So you just don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you can watch. Oh, it seems like a lot to take in and watch. to watch, 3 or 4 different charts. That's the only reason why I usually put the ES over here on top of my NASDAQ chart so I can visually just look at both of them at the same time. That way I don't have to worry about trying to look up or sideways. So guys, we're gonna be entering our I guess stream, and just wanted to thank everybody for stopping by today. Hopefully everybody was able to get profit out of this huge move up all day. Hopefully we'll have that continuous kind of movement tomorrow. Not sure how much longer, how much farther we can go up this, I mean, we're already at all-time highs. So 50 is our next level up. So you want to see us get above this level here if you're going to be probably looking for longs. I'm glad the trading day was definitely a lot better than what we had to deal with Friday. Friday was probably one of my worst trading days in a good while. So the struggles were for real that day. I think it's because I kept trying to make stuff happen and I just kept jumping in way too early. Well, thank you guys for watching, and we will see you guys tomorrow morning if you are around. If not, just stop by, say what's up, surf. You made money Friday? Man, I can't say the same. I blew up my account Friday. It's not all my accounts, but I'm just saying the 2 that I copy trade. So that's why we changed up the way we did our entries today. So just kind of a recap. This is our funded account. We only made $75 on this account. So what it did push us above the this did push us above $1,000 on this PA account. This is the 250K. And we're not going to be in no hurry to trade these. Just the fact that they're lifetime accounts. And the eval I was trading this morning, that was on our Bulanox account. I'd have to disconnect. Let's see. Oh, let me disconnect first. And we made 200 on that one. And this is a brand new eval account. So we're up $312. And we still have another funded account on Bulanox that I haven't even started trading yet. I haven't even paid for the funding thing of it. It's just sitting there. And so we're up 300 on that one. So we're trying to get a second funded account with Bulanox. Try not to get too many funded accounts until we're able to get consistent with payouts, because, you know, buying these funded ones can get kind of pricey sometimes. Alrighty, guys, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you.